Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The first portal appeared at dawn on the summer solstice, a shimmering tear in the fabric of reality that hovered above the golden fields of Aetheria. By nightfall, 3 more had manifested, one within the heart of the whispering forest, another beneath the still waters of Lake Mirrormere, and a fourth amidst the ruins of the ancient fortress of Highcairn. From these ethereal breaches poured creatures of nightmare, twisted amalgamations of flesh and shadow, beings with too many limbs and too few features, entities that defied the natural laws of the world. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the weathered stones of Sentinel Hill, his gnarled staff planted firmly beside him. His eyes, ancient as the stars themselves, narrowed as he observed the nearest portal, a pulsating rift the color of bruised twilight that hung suspended above the eastern plains. The wind carried the distant screams of villagers and the acrid scent of burning thatch. Another settlement lost. Too late, he murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries. Always too late. His weathered hand absently traced the silver emblem sewn into his robe, the seal of the Order of the Veil, an ancient brotherhood dedicated to maintaining the barriers between worlds. Once, they had numbered in the hundreds. Now, Gandalf stood alone, the last guardian of secrets, with the knowledge to seal dimensional breaches. The memory of his failure at Bree haunted him still. The village had been consumed in moments, men, women, and children vanishing into the maw of a portal before he could complete the ancient sealing ritual. Their faces still visited him in dreams, their silent screams echoing in the hollow chambers of his heart. With a sigh that seemed to emerge from the depths of ages past, Gandalf lifted his staff. Ethereal script illuminated the gnarled wood, runes of binding and separation that had been old when the world was young. He would not fail again. 3 days later, in the shadow of the Ironspine Mountains, Gandalf tracked a solitary figure through the mist-shrouded pines. The man moved with uncanny grace, his sword dispatching the twisted spawn of the portals with lethal efficiency. Most curious of all were the luminescent runes that covered his exposed skin, glowing with an eerie blue light whenever his blade found its mark. When the last of the creatures fell, a chittering mass of eyes and teeth, Gandalf stepped from his concealment. "Impressive swordsmanship," he called, his staff raised cautiously before him. The warrior spun, blade at the ready, his eyes pale as winter frost, assessed Gandalf with cold calculation. The runes on his skin, intricate patterns that spiraled across his arms and neck, pulsed once, then faded to a dull glow. "A mage," the man said, his voice surprisingly melodic for one so grim. "Have you come to finish their work, then?" Gandalf raised a bushy eyebrow. "I have come to seal the portals and stem the tide of chaos. As for you..." He studied the warrior carefully. "Those markings are soul traps of Duergar design." "How came you by such a curse?" A bitter smile twisted the man's lips. "No curse, a gift freely chosen. Each creature I kill, I take a portion of its essence." He sheathed his sword in one fluid motion. "I am Kaelin of the Ashen Vale, or what remains of him." And these essences you collect, Gandalf probed. Or what purpose do they serve? Kaelin's gaze drifted to the portal, visible through the trees, a tear of crimson against the green canopy. Power, he said simply, power to end this, to close the gates forever. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. Many had sought shortcuts to power throughout the ages, and few paths led to greater calamity. Yet, something in the warrior's demeanor gave him pause, a familiar determination, a resonance he could not quite place. The portals cannot be destroyed through force alone, Gandalf said carefully. Their creator has woven them with magics beyond mortal comprehension. Then it seems we seek the same quarry, Kaelin replied, the Archimage Thalador. Gandalf stiffened at the name. Thalador the Brilliant, master of the Seven Spheres, appointed protector of the realm by the High Council itself. Impossible, he breathed. Kaelin's smile held no warmth. Nothing is impossible, old man, especially betrayal. The unlikely alliance formed with reluctance on both sides. Gandalf, drawing upon magics preserved from the First Age, managed to temporarily seal two of the smaller portals, though the effort left him drained, his face etched deeper with lines of exhaustion. Kaelin, meanwhile, cleared paths through the hordes of interdimensional abominations, his ruined skin absorbing flashes of essence with each kill. Why would Thalador create these breaches? Gandalf pondered aloud as they rested beneath the stone arches of an abandoned temple. He is sworn to protect the realm, bound by oaths that reach beyond death itself. Kaelin tossed another log onto their campfire. A men's oaths are as fragile as autumn leaves when power beckons. He seeks ascension, to godhood, Kaelin explained, as if discussing the weather. The portals drain essence from other realms, worlds similar to our own, yet different in crucial ways. He harvests their magic, their very life force, to transform himself into something more. Gandalf's eyes widened. The convergence of parallel realities. Of course, he retrieved an ancient scroll from within his robes, unfurling it carefully. The Ancient Ones theorized such possibilities, worlds stacked upon worlds like pages in a book, each slightly different from the last. Kaelin leaned forward, suddenly alert. You have knowledge of this? Fragments only, but there is one who might know more. Gandalf's finger traced a faded diagram on the parchment. The Observatory of Planes, where the ancient guardians once monitored the boundaries between worlds. If any remnant of their order survives, where? The peak of Mount Silvertine. 3 days' journey if we push hard. Kaelin stood, his hand falling to his sword hilt. Then we have no time to waste. The observatory perched upon the highest peak of the Silvertine range, a structure of impossible geometry that seemed to fold in upon itself, its silver spires piercing both the sky above and, somehow, the sky reflected within its crystalline surfaces. Here, the veil between worlds grew thin, reality itself shimmering like heat over summer stones. They were expected. Gandalf the Grey, intoned a figure draped in robes that shifted colors with each movement, guardian of secrets, last of the Order of the Veil. The figure's face remained hidden within the depths of its hood. And Kaelin of the Ashen Vale, soul collector, walker between shadows. The chamber around them was vast, yet intimate. The walls adorned with constantly shifting images of landscapes both familiar and alien, glimpses of other worlds, other possibilities. We seek knowledge, Gandalf began, but the figure raised a hand. We know why you have come. The breach of boundaries, the harvesting of essence. Thalador's great transgression. Then help us! Kaelin demanded. "Tell us how to stop him." The figure glided forward, a sleeve falling back to reveal a hand composed of pure light. "First, you must understand what you truly face." With a gesture, the air between them rippled, forming a mirror of perfect stillness. "Look, see truths hidden even from yourselves." Gandalf and Kaelin stepped forward, gazes locked on the mirror's surface. As they watched, their reflections shifted, blurred, merged, and revealed a single entity split somehow into two distinct forms. "Impossible," Kaelin whispered. "You are the same soul," the Guardian explained, "cast across different realities. In one world, Gandalf the Grey chose the path of wisdom, of patient guardianship and ancient magic. In another, he became Kaelin, choosing the warrior's path, sacrificing his magical heritage for physical prowess enhanced by forbidden arts." Gandalf stared at his companion with new eyes, seeing now the echoes of himself. The same determination, the same unyielding will, merely expressed through different means. "This is why Thalador cannot be defeated separately," the Guardian continued. "He too exists across multiple planes, drawing power from all versions of himself. The ritual he performs at the Nexus Primordial will collapse these planes together, channeling all essence into his prime self." "The Nexus Primordial," Gandalf murmured. "The point where all realities touch. How do we reach it?" Kaelin demanded. The Guardian's voice grew somber. "Through the largest portal at the heart of the capital. But be warned, what is sundered cannot easily be rejoined. To defeat Thalador, you must become what you once were, a single entity existing in harmony with itself." "And how," Gandalf asked carefully, "might such a thing be accomplished?" "The joining requires sacrifice," came the answer. One must surrender to the other, relinquishing individual existence to create a whole greater than its parts. Kaelin's hand fell to his sword, his eyes narrowing. "I will not simply cease to be." "Nor I," Gandalf agreed, though his voice held a note of thoughtful consideration. "There must be another way." The Guardian's form seemed to flicker, as if affected by some distant disturbance. Time grows short. The barriers between worlds thin with each passing moment. Choose your path, but choose quickly. The fate of not just this world, but all worlds, hangs in balance. The central portal loomed above the once magnificent towers of Arcanis, the capital city now abandoned as nightmarish entities stalked its streets. This breach dwarfed all others, a massive, swirling vortex of chaotic energies that pulsed with the combined power of countless worlds. At its base stood a complex arrangement of crystalline pillars, each channeling streams of iridescent energy toward a central figure hovering above an altar of black stone. Thalador no longer appeared human. His form had grown translucent, cosmic energies swirling within his outline. 6 arms gestured in complex patterns, his multiple voices chanting in languages that predated mortal civilizations. "The convergence nearly completes itself," Gandalf whispered from their vantage point atop a crumbling spire. "If he succeeds..." "He won't," Kaelin said firmly, the runes on his skin blazing with accumulated power. "Whatever it takes." Their eyes met, understanding passing between them without words. They had argued, debated, considered every alternative during their journey from the observatory. In the end, the truth remained inescapable. Neither could defeat Thalador alone, yet neither wished to surrender their existence. "A third path, then," Gandalf said quietly. "Not surrender, but synthesis." Kaelin nodded once, sharp and decisive. "Together, then, until the end." They descended toward the portal, magic and steel at the ready. As Thalador's distorted face turned toward them, recognition and then amusement crossed his features. The fractured guardian," he laughed, his voice echoing across multiple planes. "Come to witness my ascension. How fitting." "We've come to end this madness," Gandalf replied, staff raised high. "The boundaries between worlds exist for a reason. Boundaries are for lesser beings." Thalador's form pulsed brighter. "And I shall become all, and all shall become me." The battle erupted with catastrophic force, eldritch energies against ancient magics, soul-stealing blade against reality-warping power. Gandalf and Kaelin moved in perfect synchronicity, each anticipating the other's actions as if they shared a single mind. In the chaos of combat, they worked their way toward the center of the ritual site. Blood from Kaelin's wounds mingled with the luminescent essence leaking from Gandalf's overtaxed form. Where these substances met, reality itself seemed to shudder. "Now!" Gandalf cried as they reached the central altar. "As we planned!" Kaelin plunged his blade into the heart of the altar, while Gandalf slammed his staff against its surface. Their free hands clasped together, completing a circuit of flesh and magic, wisdom and strength, caution and impulse. The warrior's runes flared blindingly bright, flowing like liquid light from his skin onto Gandalf's robes, while the wizard's ancient spells spiraled around them both. "What is this?" Thalador shrieked, suddenly afraid. "What are you doing?" "Becoming what we always were," they answered with a single voice. Whole. The world, all worlds, seemed to hold their breath as two became one. Not Gandalf, not Kaelin, but something new yet ancient. A being of perfect balance who understood both the value of preservation and the necessity of action. This new entity raised hands aglow with harmonized power toward the churning vortex above. "Return to your proper places," they commanded. "Flow as you were meant to flow." The portals began to collapse, one by one, reality reasserting its proper boundaries. Thalador screamed in rage and desperation as his accumulated power drained away, returning to its sources across the multiverse. "This is not the end," the Archimage howled as his form began to fragment. "I shall return. I shall..." His final words were lost as the last portal sealed itself with a thunderous finality. Silence fell over Arcanis, broken only by the soft patter of rain beginning to fall from suddenly ordinary skies. The being who had been Gandalf and Kaelin stood alone amid the ruins, contemplating what had been sacrificed and what had been gained. They were neither two nor one, but something in between, forever changed, forever connected, yet still distinct. With a staff in one hand and a sword in the other, they turned toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn painted the sky with promise. The portals were closed, the boundaries restored, but somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, new adventures waited. Story 2, The Ancient Wall of Lyrith Bled Magic. Where once its shimmering barrier had stood tall against the darkness, 1,000 feet of pure arcane light woven by the first mages, now flickered like a dying candle in autumn winds. Along its vast circumference, sentinels watched in growing dread as tendrils of shadow probed and tested, searching for weakness. Beyond lay the blighted lands, where the armies of the Shadow King Malakar gathered, creatures of nightmare whose howls carried on the midnight air. In the highest tower of Crystalline Keep, where stained glass windows captured starlight and transformed it into patterns of ancient prophecy across marble floors, Queen Isolde gazed out at the fading wall with eyes that had witnessed 3 centuries of peace. Her fingers, adorned with rings of office and power, trembled as she sealed the summons. The royal seal, a phoenix rising from crystal flames melted into azure wax. "Find him," she whispered to her most trusted courier. "Find Gandalf." 3 days later, beneath the gnarled boughs of the whispering woods, where leaves of silver and gold danced in ethereal winds, Gandalf the Grey sat motionless upon a moss-covered stone. His weathered staff, carved from wood that had witnessed the birth of stars, lay across his knees. His eyes were closed, yet he saw more than most could with sight. The courier approached cautiously, dried leaves crumbling beneath uncertain feet. Before the young man could speak, Gandalf's eyes opened, eyes that contained multitudes, that had witnessed empires rise and crumble to dust. "The wall weakens," the wizard said, his voice like ancient parchment rustling, "and Isolde calls upon debts long unpaid." The courier's mouth fell open. "How did you—" Gandalf rose in a single fluid motion that belied his apparent age. "The trees whisper, the wind speaks, and I listen." He took the sealed letter nonetheless, breaking the wax with a gnarled thumb. "The twin swords of Azurath," he murmured, "so it has come to this." The inn at Westcross stood where 4 ancient roads converged, its timbers dark with the smoke of 1,000 winters. Within its walls, secrets were traded like currency, and alliances formed and broken over honeyed mead and whispered promises. Gandalf entered with the night wind, his grey cloak billowing behind him. The tavern fell silent. Pipes paused mid-puff, mugs suspended in air. His eyes scanned the crowd until they found their mark. A man hunched in the darkest corner, armor dulled by neglect, a once noble face now half hidden behind an unkempt beard. "Sir Arion," Gandalf's voice carried across the silence, once captain of the Queen's Guard, now drowning memories in cheap ale. The man's hand moved to the hilt of his sword, then fell away. "My title died with my honor, wizard. What do you want?" "Not what I want," Gandalf countered, pulling up a chair uninvited. "What the kingdom needs. The wall fails, Arion, and the twin swords must be found." Arion's laugh was hollow as an empty grave. "Find someone else for your suicide mission. My days of serving Lyrith are done." Gandalf leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried the weight of thunder. "The blood of ancient kings flows in your veins, though you deny it. Only that blood can wield Solorin, the Dawn Blade." His fingers tapped the table. "And only you can help me find the wielder of its twin." "Who?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled with secret knowledge. "The man who walks in shadow as comfortably as you once walked in light." The Shadowmere district clung to the edges of the capital like a dark stain, its narrow alleys and crooked buildings home to those who lived beyond the reach of royal decree. Here, the Guild of Whispers conducted their business. Information, assassination, secrets kept and revealed. Silas moved like liquid night across rooftops, his black leather armor absorbing what little light reached these forgotten streets. 30 paces behind, Arion struggled to keep pace, cursing under his breath at each precarious leap. "Your assassin moves like a cat," the knight grumbled when they finally stopped. "How do you expect me to work with his kind?" Gandalf's eyes never left the hooded figure now slipping through a window across the street. "Because you are 2 halves of the same coin, though neither of you knows it yet." Their confrontation with Silas was brief and violent. The assassin moved with preternatural speed, daggers flashing in the dim light. Only Gandalf's swift intervention, a blast of white light from his staff that froze all 3 men in place, prevented bloodshed. "Enough!" the wizard commanded. "Look at each other." Truly look. Forced to comply by magic they could not resist. Arion and Silas studied one another. The resemblance, once seen, could not be denied. The same storm-grey eyes, the same proud line of jaw, though one was hidden behind a beard and the other scarred by battle. "Brothers," Gandalf said simply, releasing his spell. "Separated at birth, one raised in palace light, one in alley shadows. Both carrying the blood that can awaken the twin swords." Silas spat on the ground. "I have no brother." "Deny it if you wish," Gandalf replied, unperturbed. "But the swords of Azurath will recognize what you do not." The journey to the Forge of Souls, deep within the smoldering mountains, took 17 grueling days, through blighted forests where twisted creatures lunged from shadows, across the shimmering plains, where reality itself wavered like heat over summer stones, along narrow mountain passes where the wind spoke with voices of the lost. Slowly, reluctantly, the brothers began to recognize themselves in each other. Arian's rigid code of honor matched Silas's unflinching loyalty to his guild. Silas's tactical mind complemented Arian's battlefield experience. And both watched Gandalf with a mixture of respect and wariness, sensing the wizard knew far more than he revealed. On the 18th day, as crimson light bathed ancient stone, they stood before the sealed doors of the forge, massive slabs of obsidian etched with runes that shifted and changed as if alive. "Blood of the bound," Gandalf intoned, his voice echoing strangely in the thin mountain air. "Oh, given freely, opens the way." The brothers exchanged glances, then extended their hands, twin daggers, one silver, one iron, drawn across palms, twin drops of blood falling upon ancient stone. The doors swung open with the sound of 1,000 whispered secrets. Within, bathed in the light of magma flows beneath transparent crystal floors, stood 2 pedestals. Upon each rested a sword of impossible beauty, one gleaming like captured dawn, the other dark as midnight's heart, yet shot through with threads of starlight. "Solorin and Umbrel," Gandalf whispered, "the twin swords of Azurath." As Arian approached the light blade and Silas the dark, Gandalf closed his eyes, ancient memories washing over him. He had been there when these blades were forged, had contributed his own blood to their making, a truth he had kept from the brothers. Their connection to him was no accident of fate. The swords lifted from their resting places as if eager for their wielders' hands. Light and shadow flared as connections formed, magic dormant for centuries awakening to purpose once more. "Now," Gandalf said, opening his eyes, "I must tell you the truth about King Malakar and why these swords were truly forged." Queen Isolde's private chambers were silent as Gandalf revealed what they had learned, that Malakar, the dreaded Shadow King who threatened their lands, was her own son, cast out as an infant when prophecy foretold he would destroy the kingdom. "Impossible," she whispered, though the truth of it was written across her suddenly ashen face. "The swords were never meant to kill him," Gandalf explained gently. "They were forged to heal a soul torn asunder by betrayal and dark magic. Arian and Silas, twin bloodlines connected to your own royal line, are the key." "And what of the wall?" Lord Commander Vexus demanded, his hand tight upon his sword hilt. "It fails even now. The Shadow King's forces mass at our borders." "The wall fails because it must," Gandalf replied. "What was sundered must be rejoined. What was broken must be healed." Outside, beyond the failing magical barrier, something ancient and terrible stirred. Creatures of void and hunger that had manipulated Malakar, feeding on the conflict they had engineered. The Star Devourers, older than the kingdoms of men, patient as the grinding of celestial spheres. "We must go to him," Arian said, Solorin glowing with inner light at his side. "Till before true night falls," Silas nodded, Umbrel pulsing in his grip like a living shadow. "For once, brother, we agree." Gandalf looked upon the twin warriors, seeing in them the echoes of ancient powers and futures yet unwritten. The prophecy that had haunted Lyrith for centuries had been misread. Destruction would come, yes, but also renewal, if courage could overcome fear and truth overcome deception. The song of the twin swords begins, the wizard said, taking up his staff. May we have the wisdom to hear its true melody. As they departed the palace, the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, stars that glittered like hungry eyes, watching the unfolding drama with ancient, patient malice. Beyond the weakening wall, the armies of the Shadow King awaited, and beyond them, something infinitely more terrible. The final battle for Lyrith, for all the realms of light, was about to begin. Story 3. The red star hung like a wound in the night sky over Thornhaven, its crimson light painting the ivory towers of the royal citadel in hues of blood and fire. Such a celestial event occurred only once every 3 centuries, and the court astrologers had spent months preparing the king for the rituals that would renew the ancient wards protecting the realm. None had foreseen that King Aldric would meet his end beneath that baleful light, his body discovered sprawled across the sacred circle of communion, 7 ornate daggers forming a perfect star pattern in his chest. By dawn, as the red star faded from view, Prince Rowan fled through the servant passages beneath the citadel, the guards' shouts echoing behind him. The royal seal, which should have passed to him upon his father's death, had been found clutched in his hand as he slept, planted there by the same hands that had orchestrated the king's murder. The evidence had been damning enough for the royal council to call for his immediate arrest. Patricide, they named it, though Rowan's protests of innocence fell on ears deafened by ambition and fear. 3 days later, as twilight descended upon the ancient forest, Rowan collapsed beneath the sprawling branches of trees older than the kingdom itself. Their leaves whispered secrets in languages long forgotten by mortal tongues, and their roots drank from wells of magic that ran deep beneath the world's surface. Exhaustion claimed the prince at last, his dreams haunted by his father's unseeing eyes and the strange whispers that had filled the castle in the weeks before the murder. He woke to the sensation of being watched. A figure stood among the massive roots of a nearby oak, leaning upon a gnarled staff topped with a crystal that caught what little light filtered through the canopy. Silver-grey beard cascading over robes the color of storm clouds, eyes that seemed to have witnessed the turning of ages. Rowan recognized him immediately from his father's court. "Gandalf," he breathed, his hand moving instinctively to the dagger at his belt. "Peace, young prince," the wizard said, his voice like old parchment rustling. "Had I wished you harm, I would not have waited for you to wake. The entire kingdom hunts me for a crime I did not commit," Rowan replied bitterly. "Forgive me if I find trust difficult to muster." Gandalf moved forward, settling himself upon a root that seemed to curve accommodatingly beneath him. The stars speak of great changes upon the land, of ancient powers stirring from slumber. His eyes, keen as a falcon's, studied the exhausted prince. "The murder of King Aldric is but the first note in a darker symphony. You believe me innocent?" "I believe nothing without evidence," Gandalf replied, reaching into the depths of his robes. "Which is why I have brought you this." The object he withdrew glinted dully in the dappled light, a mask of silver and crystal, its surface constantly shifting like the reflection of moonlight on disturbed waters. Faces appeared and disappeared across its surface, some noble, some bestial, some so alien that Rowan could not describe them. "The mask of 1,000 faces," Gandalf explained. "An artifact I have guarded through many lifetimes. It reveals truths hidden behind veils of deception." He offered it to the prince. "It may help us discover who truly struck down your father and why." The journey through the kingdom's shadowways proved perilous. Gandalf led Rohan along paths few knew existed, through caverns glittering with crystals that sang in harmonies of light, across meadows where flowers bloomed only beneath the midnight moon, and over rivers whose waters flowed in defiance of nature's laws. They avoided settlements when possible, but necessity drove them to the edges of hamlets and villages where rumors spread like wildfire. The talk was all of the prince's betrayal and of darker things. Children speaking in tongues they should not know, livestock found drained of blood yet with no wounds visible, and thorns growing from the cracks in ancient stone monuments. Portents, Gandalf murmured after they had listened to such tales in a roadside tavern, his face hidden beneath a weather-stained hood. Ah, the awakening draws nearer. What awakening? Rohan demanded, but the wizard merely shook his head. First, we must understand who truly rules your kingdom. The mask has shown us fragments, the conspiracy between the Seven Lords and the Order of Whisperers, but we need more. Gandalf's eyes reflected the firelight like ancient jewels. And we must reach the ruins of Solstheim. The ruins lay 3 days, hard travel to the east, beyond the Mistral plains where reality itself grew thin. Once the seat of the first kings of the realm, Solstheim had been abandoned centuries ago after a cataclysm none now remembered. Only scholars and treasure hunters dared its crumbling towers and statues of forgotten gods, and few returned with their sanity intact. Mother, what answers can we find in such a place? Rohan asked as they gazed upon the ruins from a nearby hillside. The shattered remains of once mighty spires reached toward the sky like the fingers of a buried giant struggling to free itself. Not what, Gandalf answered cryptically, but whom? Mylik awaited them in the heart of the ruins, within a chamber that defied the devastation around it. Perfect in its preservation, its walls bore intricate murals depicting the history of the realm, scenes that contradicted everything Rohan had been taught since childhood. The ancient man sat upon a simple stone bench, his robes the color of sunset. Though his face bore the lines of untold years, his eyes held the sharp clarity of youth. The wandering wizard returns, Mylik said by way of greeting, inclining his head toward Gandalf. And with the false prince, no less. Rohan's hand flew to his sword, but Gandalf placed a restraining hand on his arm. False not through deception of his own, the wizard corrected, but through deceptions perpetrated long before his birth. Mylik nodded slowly. The mask has shown him fragments, then, but not the whole. He turned his penetrating gaze to Rohan. You are not King Aldric's son by blood, young prince, though you have believed yourself so. The man you called father stole the throne from your true sire 3 decades ago, assuming his identity through magic forbidden since the First Age. The chamber seemed to spin around Rohan. Impossible, he whispered. I was there, Mylik continued relentlessly, royal advisor to both kings. I saw Aldric, the true Aldric, your father, fall beneath the usurper's blade. I failed to save him, but I managed to spirit you away, returning you to the castle as the usurper's son when the time was right. Why? Rohan demanded. Why such an elaborate deception? Because of what sleeps beneath the throne of spines, Gandalf interjected, his voice grave. Thanatos, the god of endings, imprisoned beneath the seat of power since the kingdom's founding. Only the blood of the true royal line can keep him bound or set him free. Mylik rose, moving to one of the murals. It depicted a throne formed of thorny vines, atop which sat a crowned figure. Beneath the throne, barely visible, lurked a shadow with too many eyes. The usurper learned of Thanatos and sought to control him, Mylik explained. For centuries, The god has whispered to those who sit upon the throne, promising power beyond mortal comprehension in exchange for freedom. The true royal line resisted his temptations, their blood creating a binding that held him in check. But the usurper had no such blood, Gandalf continued, and so the binding weakened with each passing year. The thorns of the throne, physical manifestations of Thanatos' influence, began to grow beyond the throne room, feeding on ambition and fear. The Order of Whisperers, Rowan realized suddenly. They serve this god. Malik nodded. They are his clergy, working in shadow for generations. They allied with the usurper, promising him control over Thanatos' power. When they realized he could not provide what they needed, the blood of the true line, they turned on him. And now they hunt me, Rowan said, not to punish a patricide, but to complete their ritual. Yes, Gandalf confirmed. The crossing of the Red Star marked the perfect time for them to strike. With the king dead and you captured, they would use your blood to break the last seals binding Thanatos. Rowan paced the chamber, the weight of this revelation pressing upon him like a physical force. If what you say is true, then the throne is rightfully mine. I should return, claim it, and use my blood to strengthen the bindings. Or, Malik suggested quietly, you could destroy the throne entirely, breaking Thanatos' connection to our world forever. Gandalf's eyes flashed with warning. Such an act would unravel magics woven into the very foundation of the kingdom. The consequences cannot be fully foreseen. What would you have me do? Rowan demanded. The wizard's expression softened. But that choice must be yours alone, to reclaim a legacy stolen from you, preserving the old order, or to destroy it, forging a new path forward. The throne room in the royal citadel of Thornhaven stood empty save for the throne itself, a massive construction of dark wood and metal that no longer resembled its original form. Thorny vines had consumed it entirely, spreading across the floor and climbing the pillars that supported the vaulted ceiling. Where they touched, the stone darkened and cracked, as if suffering from some wasting disease. Gandalf, Rowan, and an unlikely alliance of loyal nobles and forest guardians had fought their way through the citadel, confronting cultists of the Order of Whisperers at every turn. Now, with the path cleared, the prince faced his destiny alone. From the shadows beneath the throne, a voice like the scraping of stone on stone whispered enticements. Take what is yours, sit upon the throne, rule as was intended. Rowan felt its pull, the seductive promise of power absolute, of vengeance against those who had conspired against his bloodline. One step forward, then another, drawn inexorably toward the seat of his ancestors. The throne itself is neither good nor evil. Gandalf's voice broke through his trance. The wizard stood at the chamber's entrance, leaning heavily upon his staff. It is a tool, nothing more. The question is not whether you should claim it or destroy it, but what world you wish to build afterward. Rowan's hand closed around the hilt of the sword they had recovered from the ruins of Solstheim, his true father's blade, forged with magic meant to protect rather than destroy. Its crystal pommel glowed with a light that drove back the shadows beneath the throne. The thorns recoiled from its radiance, revealing glimpses of the original throne beneath, simple, elegant, designed to serve rather than dominate. In that moment, Rowan understood. The choice between claiming and destroying was a false dichotomy, another deception meant to perpetuate cycles of power and subjugation. With deliberate steps, he approached the throne, not to sit upon it, nor to destroy it, but to transform it. Pressing the crystal pommel against the heart of the thorny mass, he spoke words Gandalf had taught him, ancient phrases in a language older than the kingdom itself. words of binding, but also of healing, of continuity, but also of change. Light erupted from the point of contact, racing along the thorny vines. Where it touched, the thorns did not wither but transformed, changing from instruments of pain to blossoming flowers that filled the chamber with their fragrance. Beneath the throne, something ancient and terrible raged against its bonds. But those bonds were being rewoven, reshaped into something stronger than before, not a prison of forced containment, but a pattern of balance and harmony. Not destruction, Rowan whispered. Transformation. As the light faded, the throne stood revealed in its new form, the original structure now embraced by vines bearing flowers of silver and gold. The shadow beneath was still present but diminished, contained within a pattern it could neither break nor corrupt. Gandalf approached slowly, wonder etched across his weathered features. "Yet in all my years," he murmured, "I've never seen such a working—" "What happens now?" Rowan asked, suddenly aware of how young he sounded. The wizard smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Now, young king, you begin the work of healing your kingdom. The thorns that spread throughout the land will transform as these have, but the fears and ambitions that fed them remain. Those will require a different kind of magic to address." Rowan gazed at the transformed throne, understanding the weight of the task before him. Not the burden of maintaining ancient bindings, nor the destruction of tradition, but the delicate, endless work of growth and renewal. Beyond the chamber windows, the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, bathing Thornhaven in gold. A new day for an ancient kingdom, with thorns transformed to blossoms and shadows held in balance by light. The legacy of the Throne of Spines would continue, but its nature had forever changed. Story 4. Flames danced across Althaven's alabaster towers like vengeful spirits, their orange tongues licking at the night sky. The ancient city, jewel of the northern kingdoms, haven of scholars and artisans for 1,000 years, burned beneath the onslaught of a terror not seen for generations. Kalorath, elder drake of the Cindermount, had awakened from centuries of slumber, his massive wings casting moon-shadow valleys across the city's grand plazas as he circled above. In the narrow streets below, a young woman fled through smoke and chaos, clutching a leather satchel of potions to her chest. Avani's alchemist's robes, once white and trimmed with silver runes, were now stained with soot and spattered with blood, some her own, some belonging to those she had failed to save. She ducked into the shelter of a fallen archway as another gout of dragonfire illuminated the street, transforming fleeing citizens into silhouettes that rippled and vanished in the intense heat. The strange burns on her forearms, spiral patterns that had appeared on her skin 3 nights before the attack, pulsed with an inner light of their own, casting faint blue illumination against the stone. With each pulse came a vision, fragments of memories not her own, glimpses of ancient battles, of relics forged in forgotten flames, and of a mountain crowned with perpetual storm clouds. Ergamsi, whispered the wind through the debris. Or perhaps it was merely her imagination, giving voice to her fear. Rise up. A shadow fell across her hiding place. Too small to be the dragon, yet too imposing to be an ordinary survivor. Avani reached for her belt knife, only to find herself staring into eyes as ancient as the mountains themselves, set in a weathered face beneath a broad-brimmed hat. "The dragon seeks you, flame-bearer," said the stranger, leaning upon a gnarled staff topped with a crystal that seemed to contain a trapped storm, "though he knows not yet who you are." "Who?" Avani began, but her words faltered as recognition dawned. Stories told in taverns and whispered in libraries came rushing back to her. Gandalf the Grey. The wizard nodded once, his expression grave. "We must leave this place. The relics call to each other, and your awakening has set forces in motion that have slumbered for an age." Before she could question him further, the wizard turned and strode into the smoke-filled street with the confidence of one who walked between raindrops. Avani hesitated only a moment before following, her burns pulsing in time with her rapid heartbeat. 3 days later, in the relative safety of the Whispering Woods, Gandalf revealed what he knew as they sat beside a campfire that burned blue and cast no smoke. For 3,000 years, the 6 relics of the first mages have remained scattered across the lands, he explained, his shadow stretching like a giant across the ancient trees behind him. Or kept separate by design, for together they hold power to reshape reality itself, a temptation too great for any single bearer. Avani stared into the eldritch flames, watching as they formed shapes that seemed to illustrate the wizard's tale. 6 distinct artifacts floating in a circle, then combining into a blinding light. "The burns upon your skin mark you as the flame-bearer, last descendant of Ashara the Bright, greatest of the first mages," Gandalf continued. "The patterns are a map, both to the relics and to the power that sleeps within your blood." "Why now?" Avani asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Why has Cael'Arath attacked now, after centuries of peace?" "That," came a voice from the darkness beyond their camp, "is the only sensible question I've heard asked in decades." Gandalf rose swiftly, his staff leveled toward the voice, light blooming at its tip. The illumination revealed a man standing at the edge of the clearing, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face marked by 3 parallel scars that gleamed silver in the magical light. A massive blade was slung across his back, its edge notched and darkened as if burned. "Dracos," Gandalf greeted the newcomer, though his staff remained raised. "Dragon hunter, I wondered when our paths would cross." "Dragon slayer," the man corrected, stepping into the circle of light. His eyes, Avani noticed with a shiver, held a vertical pupil like those of a cat, or a reptile. "Cael'Arath killed my father when I was a boy. I've tracked him across 5 kingdoms since then, yet you've never faced him directly," Gandalf observed. A muscle twitched in Dracos' jaw. "I've been waiting for the right moment." "Or perhaps," the wizard suggested, finally lowering his staff, "something within you recognizes something within him." The hunter's hand moved to his sword hilt, his expression darkening, but Avani stepped between them. "If you both know something about the dragon and these relics, then I need to hear it," she insisted. "My entire life was destroyed 3 nights ago. I deserve answers." The 2 men, one ancient with wisdom, one hardened by vengeance, exchanged glances in which volumes of unspoken history seemed to pass. Finally, Dracos sighed and removed his hand from his weapon. "The dragon isn't what you think," he admitted reluctantly. "He doesn't destroy without purpose. A difficult perspective to maintain when watching a city burn," Gandalf remarked dryly. "Tell me, wizard," Dracos countered, "did he attack the city randomly, or did he focus on specific targets? The North Tower, the Arcanum Library, the Chamber of Ancient Holdings?" Avani's eyes widened as realization struck. "The relic," she whispered. "One of the 6 was in Althaven." Gandalf nodded slowly. "And the chalice of endless flame, kept within the Arcanum's innermost vault. I had hoped its protections would hold. And now the dragon has it," Dracos concluded grimly. "No," Gandalf corrected. "The dragon was attempting to prevent others from claiming it. Agents of the Shadow Conclave who infiltrated the city months ago, preparing for this moment." "The Shadow Conclave is a myth," Avani protested. "A story to frighten apprentice mages." Gandalf's expression grew distant, his eyes reflecting memories of darker days. If only that were true. They have existed in secret for millennia, waiting for the signs of the relics, awakening. And they are led by one who once stood as the greatest of my order before ambition corrupted his wisdom. Saruman, Dracos supplied, surprising the wizard. And my father spoke of him before he died. How much do you know? Gandalf asked sharply. The hunter's gaze dropped to the earth. Enough to know what I am, what flows in my veins. He looked up, meeting the wizard's stare with defiance. And enough to know that Cael'Rath is not merely a dragon, but the last guardian of the Old Covenant, sworn to prevent the relics from reuniting in the wrong hands. Avani looked between them, confusion warring with growing understanding. Then why does he not simply destroy the relics? Because they cannot be destroyed, Gandalf answered, only used or contained, and because their power is tied to bloodlines like yours and like Dracos's. He carries within him the blood of dragonkind, diluted through generations but still potent. My father was one of Cael'Rath's chosen guardians, Dracos admitted bitterly, until the Shadow Conclave found and murdered him, leaving me with nothing but this. He touched the silver scars on his face. And a hunger for vengeance I now realize was misdirected. Avani's burns pulsed in response to his words, sending a fresh cascade of visions through her mind. A mountain cave filled with treasure, a dragon mourning over a fallen human figure, and 6 lights scattered across a map of the world, slowly converging. We need to find the remaining relics before the Conclave does, she said with sudden certainty. And we need to reach Cael'Rath as an ally, not an enemy. Gandalf studied her with new respect. The path to the echoing caverns lies 3 days. Journey east, he said. The voices of the past still whisper there, and we may learn where the next relic awaits, and perhaps how to communicate with the dragon without being incinerated for our troubles. Dracos gazed into the depths of the blue fire, his expression unreadable. I've spent my life preparing to kill him, he said quietly. I'm not certain I know how to do anything else. Then, perhaps, Avani suggested, placing a hand on his armored forearm, it's time to learn. The echoing caverns lived up to their name, amplifying every footstep into a cascade of sound that rebounded through chambers that glittered with crystals of every hue. Here, the boundaries between past and present grew thin, and memories leaked through like water through cracked stone. As they ventured deeper, voices whispered from the walls, fragments of conversations held centuries before, preserved in the unique acoustics and magic of the place. The 6 must remain separate, urged one voice, echoing around them. The temptation is too great. But the darkness grows, countered another. If we do not stand together. Gandalf led them unerringly through the labyrinth, his staff illuminating paths untrodden for generations. Avani's burns glowed ever brighter as they approached the heart of the caverns, until her arms seemed wrapped in bands of blue fire that cast no heat. In the central chamber, a pool of utterly still water reflected the crystal ceiling like a perfect mirror. As they gathered at its edge, the surface rippled without being touched, and an image formed within its depths. A massive dragon, scales the color of burnished copper, curled protectively around an object that gleamed golden in the darkness of a vast cavern. Cael'Rath, Dracos breathed, his hand instinctively moving toward his sword before he mastered himself. Another ripple, and the image shifted to reveal hooded figures approaching the dragon's lair, led by a tall man with a staff of black wood crowned with a sphere of diamond. Saruman, Gandalf confirmed, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. My old friend and greatest mistake. The pool showed the confrontation that followed, fire and shadow battling through the cavern, magical energies distorting the very air. Though Lyrith fought with ancient power, the combined might of the conclave seemed to be wearing him down. They seek to capture, not kill, Gandalf explained, watching the battle unfold. With his power added to theirs and the two relics already in their possession, we need to help him, Avani said firmly. Where is this place? The pool's surface changed once more, showing a familiar mountain crowned with storm clouds, the same one from her visions. The Spire of Eternity, Dracos identified it immediately. 3 days, flight. He stopped abruptly, but not before Gandalf raised an eyebrow. Flight, Master Dracos, an interesting choice of words. The hunter's jaw tightened. 2 weeks on foot, he amended. By which time, the battle will be long over. Unless, Avani said slowly, her gaze moving between the two men, we had another way to reach it. The burns on her arms flared suddenly, light pouring from the spiraling patterns to form symbols in the air before her, ancient runes that hung suspended for a moment before dissolving into motes of blue radiance. The flame-bearer's gift awakens, Gandalf said softly. The ability to open pathways between distant places, if only for brief moments. I don't know how, Avani protested. Your blood remembers, even if your mind does not. The wizard touched her shoulder gently. And you have 2 companions uniquely suited to guide such power, one with the wisdom of ages, one with the instinct of dragon-kind. Dracos looked at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time. Maybe I've suppressed that part of myself for so long, he admitted, hated it, blamed it. Yet it is as much a part of you as your human heart, Gandalf countered. And now, perhaps, it may help save the very creature you once sought to destroy. The pool's surface darkened suddenly, the battle within reaching a crescendo. Lyrith, wounded and faltering, released a final desperate blast of flame before collapsing onto his treasure hoard. The figures of the conclave closed in around him. Avani stepped forward, her decision made. The burns on her arms now blazed like captured stars, illuminating the entire chamber. "Tell me what to do," she said. Gandalf placed his staff at the pool's edge, while Dracos closed his eyes, exhaling slowly as he released the rigid control he had maintained for decades. When he opened them again, the vertical slits of his pupils had expanded, swallowing the iris in reptilian focus. "Think of the mountain," the wizard instructed Avani. "See it in your mind. Feel the connection between your blood and the relic Lyrith protects." The light from her arms stretched outward, forming a shimmering archway above the pool's surface. Within its frame, the misty image of the dragon's cavern solidified into tangible reality. "Your choice now," Gandalf said to them both. "Step through together or not at all. I cannot accompany you. My presence would alert Saruman immediately. This battle must be fought by new champions." Avani met Dracos's transformed gaze, seeing in it both fear and resolve. "Ready?" she asked. A smile ghosted across his scarred face. "To save the dragon I've hunted my entire life, alongside a woman who can open doors through space, following a prophecy written in fire." He drew his notched blade, which began to glow with a light that matched Avani's burns. Why not? It makes as much sense as anything else in this strange tale. Hand in hand, the unlikely allies stepped through the archway, vanishing in a flash of blue flame that left Gandalf alone in the suddenly darkened cavern. "Corner rise when the 6 relics unite," the wizard quoted softly to himself, watching as the archway collapsed into sparks that settled like glowing ash across the still waters of the pool. The prophecy begins, but whether it ends in salvation or destruction remains to be written. Outside, beyond the echoing caverns, storm clouds gathered on the horizon. The wind carried whispers of ancient magic awakening, of powers long dormant stirring once more. On the highest peak of the spire of eternity, where reality wore thin, the battle for the future of the realm had truly begun. Story 5. The ruins of Valoria stood like broken teeth against the crimson sunset. Their once gleaming spires, now jagged reminders of glory long faded, where fountains had once danced with enchanted waters and gardens had bloomed with flowers that sang to the moon. Only silence remained, a hollow echo of what had been. Yet beneath the rubble of the fallen kingdom, in chambers untouched by the corruption that had consumed the world above, a light still burned. Gandalf knelt before the crystal of dawn, his weathered hands hovering inches from its luminescent surface. The artifact pulsed with a rhythm not unlike a heartbeat, its inner light shifting between hues of amber and pale blue. In its depths, galaxies seemed to swirl, secrets older than time itself captured within its facets. For 300 years, he had maintained his vigil in these hidden chambers, the last of the Guardians of Light, entrusted with protecting the realm's final hope. "Hold fast!" he whispered to the crystal, his voice cracking with age and weariness. "Oh, hold back the darkness one night more." The ancient wizard felt the corruption pressing against the magical barriers he had erected. Tendrils of shadow testing, probing, seeking weakness. Something had changed in recent days. The assault had grown more focused, more deliberate, as if guided by a mind that understood the defenses. Rising slowly, bones protesting the movement, Gandalf crossed the chamber to where a circular window had been carved into the stone. It offered a view not of the ruined city, but of the night sky, perfectly framed as if through a telescope. The stars had been his calendar and clock throughout his long imprisonment, and tonight they spoke of dire portents. The Raven's Wing constellation had shifted, its stars bleeding crimson at their edges. The Moon Maiden's face had turned away from the world below, and the void between, the dark space where no stars shone, had grown wider. "He comes," Gandalf murmured, a chill settling into his ancient bones. "Mornath approaches." As if summoned by the name, a tremor passed through the hidden sanctum, dust rained from the ceiling, and the crystal's pulse quickened, its light flaring in response to some unseen threat. The outer wards, maintained for centuries through Gandalf's will and magic, had finally been breached. With movements made swift by urgency rather than strength, the wizard gathered his few possessions, a leather satchel containing herbs and potions, a tattered book bound in silver, and his staff of gnarled ashwood topped with a crystal that seemed to capture and amplify the light around it. There would be no defending the crystal here. "Not against what was coming. Forgive me, my old friend," he said, laying a hand directly upon the crystal's surface. A connection formed immediately, memories and knowledge flowing between them as they had countless times before. The crystal showed him the path that must be taken, the only hope of keeping the darkness at bay. With words that had not been spoken since the fall of Valoria, Gandalf encased the crystal in a sphere of protective magic and lifted it from its ancient pedestal. The chamber darkened immediately, shadows rushing in to fill the void left by the removed light. Something wailed in the distance, the corrupted guardians sensing the crystal's movement. Gandalf moved swiftly through hidden passages that spiraled deep beneath the ruins, passages known only to those who had sworn the Guardian's oath. Behind him, the sounds of pursuit grew, chittering, scratching, the dragging of malformed limbs against stone. Ahead lay the Forgotten Gate, an exit untouched since the day he had entered this vigil. As he rounded the final bend, A figure stepped from the shadows to block his path, a woman with eyes the color of dark amber and hair like midnight falling to her waist. Her clothing was practical, worn leather armor bearing the insignia of no known kingdom. A curved blade hung at her hip, its metal seeming to drink in what little light remained in the passage. "The last guardian," she said, her voice carrying the faint accent of the eastern wastes. Fleeing his post at last, Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal flaring in warning. "Stand aside. You cannot comprehend what you interfere with." "Can I not?" The woman moved forward, seemingly unafraid of his power. The Crystal of Dawn, last relic of the old world, said to hold back primordial darkness, quite valuable to certain parties. "If you serve Mornath, girl, you have already lost your soul," Gandalf replied, his voice hardening. "And I have no time to barter for its return." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "I serve no one, old man, especially not the Shadow Lord." She gestured to the passages behind him. "His forces approach. Make your choice quickly. Trust me or face them alone." Before Gandalf could respond, a howl echoed through the corridors, a sound that raised the hairs on the back of his neck despite centuries of facing such horrors. Shadow hounds. The corrupted guardians had found his trail. "There is another way out," the woman said urgently. "One that even you may not know of. I can lead you there." "Why would you help me?" Gandalf demanded, even as he sensed time slipping away. "Because I hate him more than you can imagine." Her eyes flashed with an intensity that spoke of personal grievance. "My name is Lyra. Once, I was his prisoner. Now, I would see him destroyed, whatever the cost." Something in her defiance struck a chord within the ancient wizard. With a nod that conveyed both acceptance and warning, he gestured for her to lead on. They moved through passages so narrow they were forced to turn sideways, through chambers filled with stagnant water that reached their knees, and past ancient wards that tingled against their skin as they slipped through. All the while, the crystal pulsed against Gandalf's chest, its light dimmed by the protective enchantments, but still visible through his robes. "The crystal recognizes you," he observed as they paused at a junction. "It resonates differently in your presence." Lyra's expression darkened. "There are things about me you would not understand, Guardian." "Try me," Gandalf replied, his ancient eyes twinkling with unexpected humor. I've had 3 centuries of solitude to broaden my perspectives." Before she could respond, the passage behind them filled with shadow, not the absence of light, but something more substantial, a darkness that moved with purpose and malevolence. At its heart stood a figure in armor of midnight black, embellished with runes that hurt the eye to look upon directly. A helm, shaped like a crown of thorns, concealed all but the lower portion of a face that might once have been human. "Guardian?" The figure's voice rasped like metal scraping stone. "Did you truly believe you could flee with my prize?" Gandalf stepped forward, positioning himself between the newcomer and Lyra. "Your prize, Mornath. The crystal was never yours to claim. Everything is mine to claim, old teacher." Gauntleted hands rose to remove the helm, revealing a face both familiar and foreign, features Gandalf had once known well, now transformed by corruption into something barely recognizable. "You taught me that, though you never meant to." "Thorian," Gandalf breathed, using a name that had not passed his lips in centuries. "What remains of you?" Mornath smiled, the expression grotesque on his transformed face. "More than you might think. Enough to remember your teachings on the crystal, how it binds the primordial darkness, how it alone stands between this realm and the void. Then you know why it must be protected," Gandalf countered. "Protected?" Mornath laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally. "No, old man, released." The power it contains, power you've hoarded for centuries, belongs to those with the vision to use it. The shadows around Mornath surged forward, forming tendrils that reached toward the wizard and his companion. Gandalf raised his staff, light blazing from its tip to push back the encroaching darkness. Lyra drew her blade, which ignited with flames of deepest blue. "Run!" Gandalf commanded. The next chamber. The exit is there." They fled through the archway behind them, entering a vast circular chamber supported by columns of white marble, untouched by time or corruption. At its center lay a pool of water so still it appeared solid, reflecting the vaulted ceiling above like a perfect mirror. No obvious exit presented itself. "Your escape route?" Gandalf asked, skepticism evident as the sounds of pursuit grew louder. Lyra sheathed her sword and approached the pool. "The Whispering Forest lies on the other side of these mountains. Through there, we can reach the Crystal Mountains, where even his power cannot easily follow. Through water, through a gateway," she corrected, kneeling at the pool's edge. Her fingers traced symbols in the air above the water's surface, leaving trails of blue light that slowly sank into the depths. "This place was built when the world was young, before the kingdom of Valoria rose. Its builders understood paths between places that your guardians later forgot." The pool's surface rippled, then parted like a curtain, revealing not water, but a tunnel of swirling light that stretched beyond sight. Mornath burst into the chamber, shadows coalescing around him like a cloak of writhing serpents. "The Crystal Guardian. Surrender it, and your death will be swift." Gandalf backed toward the portal, staff raised defensively. "Come no closer, Thorian. Whatever humanity remains in you, heed this warning." "Humanity is weakness," Mornath snarled, gathering shadow between his palms. "You should have taught me that, instead of restraint." The battle erupted with blinding intensity. Light against shadow, creation against corruption. Lyra's blade danced with blue fire as she intercepted shadow constructs that lunged toward Gandalf. The wizard himself stood immovable, his staff becoming a beacon that pushed back the darkness with each pulse of power. But Mornath had not spent centuries idle. His magic had grown monstrous, fed by the very corruption he had embraced. For every shadow Gandalf dispelled, 3 more formed. For every construct Lyra's blade severed, a dozen more took shape. "The portal!" Lyra shouted above the magical cacophony. "It cannot hold much longer." With a final surge of power that caused his staff to crack along its length, Gandalf created a shockwave of pure light that momentarily drove back the shadows. In that brief respite, he and Lyra plunged into the swirling gateway, which sealed itself behind them with a sound like thunder. They emerged in a glade, surrounded by trees with silver bark and leaves that whispered even when no wind blew. The Whispering Forest, a place Gandalf had known in his youth, centuries before his vigil began. It seemed unchanged, eternal in a way that few things in this world remained. "We have until nightfall, before he finds our trail again," Lyra said, sheathing her blade. "The forest will hide us for a time, but not indefinitely." Gandalf sank onto a fallen log, the weight of age and battle heavy upon him. The crystal pulsed against his chest, its rhythm more erratic now that it had been removed from its sanctuary. "You know more than any exile should," he observed, studying her with renewed interest. "About the crystal, about Mornath, about me." Lyra's expression remained carefully neutral. "I told you I was his prisoner. No ordinary prisoner learns the secrets of the old paths or carries a soulfire blade." Gandalf gestured to her weapon. "Nor does the Crystal of Dawn resonate with just anyone." A long silence stretched between them before Lyra finally sighed, pushing back her sleeve to reveal a mark upon her forearm, a spiral pattern that matched the swirling energies within the crystal itself. "But I was his apprentice," she admitted quietly. "Before he became Mornath, I saw the darkness taking hold and tried to stop him. For my efforts, I was cast into the shadow realm, where time passes differently." Her eyes held centuries of pain. "When I finally escaped, the world had changed. Valoria had fallen, and you had become the last guardian." Gandalf's eyes widened with understanding. "You're one of the first guardians." "From before the kingdom rose," she nodded once. "And I know what you do not, old man. The crystal cannot be protected forever. Its power wanes every century. The darkness it holds at bay grows stronger, while the light within diminishes." "Then what hope remains?" Gandalf asked, his voice heavy with the weight of impending failure. "Destruction," Lyra replied simply. "The crystal must be unmade. Only then will the darkness it contains be truly dispersed, rendered harmless by division." Gandalf stared at the artifact he had guarded for centuries, feeling its pulse synchronize with his heartbeat, as it had done countless times before. "If the crystal is destroyed, the one bonded to it will perish as well," he said softly. "That is why no guardian before me has attempted it." "Yes," Lyra confirmed, compassion softening her features. "That is the final sacrifice the Guardian's oath demands, one I would have made myself had fate allowed." Around them, the silver leaves of the forest whispered secrets in languages long forgotten. The path ahead was clear, though terrible in its simplicity. The Crystal Mountains awaited, a place of power where worlds grew thin and ancient magic might be worked. There, the crystal could be unmade, its power scattered beyond recovery. But the price would be Gandalf's life, the final guardian, giving everything to ensure the darkness remained bound. As twilight deepened around them, Gandalf rose to his feet with new determination. "Then we have a journey to complete, you and I," he said, his voice finding strength in purpose, "and little time before Mornath picks up our trail." Lyra nodded, a warrior's respect in her eyes. "The Crystal Mountains lie 3 days' journey east. If we reach the pinnacle of echoes before the dark of the moon, then the age of guardians ends," Gandalf finished, "and a new age begins." With the crystal secure against his heart and his cracked staff still humming with power, the last guardian of Valoria set out toward his final destiny. Behind them, shadows gathered at the forest's edge, patient and eternal, waiting for the chance to reclaim what had been denied them for so long. The fate of all light hung in balance, dependent upon the courage of one ancient wizard willing to pay the ultimate price. Story 6. The ancient stones of Meridian wept crimson tears that night. Beneath the 3 pale moons, the last of the old runebearers collapsed upon the alabaster steps of the Grand Forum, his wizened fingers clutching desperately at the dagger embedded in his chest. As his life force ebbed away, the luminous sigil etched into his palm flickered once, twice, then flared with an intensity that momentarily turned night to day. Miles away, within his humble dwelling, nestled among the whispering pines of the verdant reaches, Gandalf the Grey awakened with a start, a primal knowledge piercing his consciousness like a needle through cloth. "Aldarion has fallen," he whispered to the shadows. The magical web that had protected the world for millennia now unraveled one crucial strand at a time. Gandalf rose from his bed, his movements belying his apparent age. Starlight caught in his silver beard as he crossed to the ancient oak chest that had traveled with him across countless kingdoms and ages. From within, he withdrew a map so old the parchment crackled beneath his touch, its edges illuminated with symbols no living scholar could decipher. His weathered finger traced a path to Meridian, the ancient city-state, where mortals and magical beings had coexisted in tenuous harmony for centuries. So it begins again, he sighed, the weight of thousands of years settling upon his shoulders. The collector moves once more. 3 days later, beneath the copper-domed towers of Meridian, chaos reigned. The death of a seemingly unremarkable elder had somehow triggered tremors that shook the very foundations of the city's most ancient structures. Clad in simple grey robes that concealed their true magnificence, Gandalf moved through the crowded marketplace, his keen eyes scanning the throng for the sign he knew must appear. It manifested first as a disturbance, a commotion near the jewelers and stalls, shouts of accusation and the sharp whistle of the city guard's silver pipes. Gandalf quickened his pace, navigating the labyrinthine alleys with the confidence of one who had walked them when they were first laid. He emerged into a small courtyard just as a slender figure vaulted over a fruit cart, sending pomegranates cascading across the cobblestones. "Thief! Stop her!" cried the red-faced merchant. But the girl was quicksilver in motion, her dark hair streaming behind her as she wove between pursuing guards. Gandalf raised his staff imperceptibly, and a stack of empty crates toppled inexplicably into the guards' path. The girl darted down an alley, pressing herself against the wall, her chest heaving with exertion. She opened her clenched fist to examine her prize, a silver bracelet with sapphires that caught the midday sun. Then she screamed. The scream transformed into a strangled gasp as her palm ignited with azure light, intricate patterns etching themselves into her flesh, like molten silver flowing through invisible channels. The stolen bracelet clattered forgotten to the ground. "It chooses curiously this time," Gandalf said, stepping from the shadows. The girl, called Lissa, known among the dock workers for her swift hands and swifter tongue, looked up at the tall figure with unconcealed suspicion. "What sorcery is this, old man? Remove it or I'll—" "You'll what?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled with amusement beneath his bushy brows. "Threaten the only person in Meridian who can explain why you now bear the rune of verisimilitude? The mark that has chosen you above all others to maintain the very fabric of reality." Lissa's retort died on her lips as the rune pulsed again, sending waves of knowledge crashing through her mind. Fragments of ancient languages, glimpses of towering libraries filled with scrolls penned by long-dead hands, the sensation of raw power flowing through her veins. "I don't want it," she whispered, clutching her marked hand to her chest. "Few ever do," Gandalf replied gently. "Yet the rune has chosen, and chosen it has for a reason beyond our immediate understanding. Come, child. The guards will be upon us soon, and there are darker hunters than they who will sense the awakening of a new bearer." Far to the east, in a tower of obsidian that pierced the perpetual storm clouds surrounding the blighted lands, a figure draped in robes the color of congealed blood lifted his head. Long fingers, too numerous and jointed to be human, caressed a glass case containing 4 glowing symbols suspended in amber. The symbols pulsed in unison, responding to a distant call. "Ah," the collector whispered, his voice like steel scraping stone. "Another has awakened, and with it the grey wanderer stirs, perfect." He turned to the emaciated figure chained to the wall. Once a proud prince, now merely a hollow vessel for the rune forcibly extracted from his flesh. "Your suffering nears its end, princeling. Soon I shall have my matched set, and the seal will be broken at last." The Crossed Swords Tavern in the lower quarter of Meridian had seen better days, but its labyrinthine cellars offered sanctuary few could penetrate. Gandalf guided Lissa through passages hidden behind wine racks and beneath trapdoors, until they reached a circular chamber illuminated by ghostly blue flames that burned without fuel. "What is this place?" Lissa asked, her street-hardened composure cracking at the sight of ancient symbols carved into the stone walls. "A sanctuary created long ago," Gandalf replied, placing his staff against the wall. "A dub, one of many scattered across the realms, where the bearers could gather in times of need." "Bearers? Plural? There are more people with—" She gestured to her palm where the rune now pulsed softly. 7 runes in total. Gandalf nodded, removing ancient tomes from a hidden compartment. 7 bearers to maintain the Great Seal, though now, I fear, we may be reduced to merely 3. Great Seal. 3. "You're speaking in riddles, old man." Gandalf's expression darkened. "Not riddles, but truths too vast for simple explanation. The world you know, child, is but a veil drawn over cosmic realities that would shatter your sanity to behold. The 7 runes are keys, and together they maintain a prison built at the dawn of creation." He spread an ancient map across the table, its surface depicting not just lands and seas, but swirling dimensions and overlapping realities. 7 points glowed softly upon it. "The Collector, once my most gifted apprentice before ambition corrupted him, has already taken 4 of the runes, killing their bearers in the process. Aldarian's death means only 2 legitimate bearers remained, until tonight, when the rune of verisimilitude chose you." Lysa's fingers traced the glowing point that corresponded to Meridian. "So what happens now? We find these other 2 bearers, and fight this Collector. First, we must reach them before he does," Gandalf said gravely. "Auriel the Remembrancer, although she is cursed never to remember those she loves, dwells among the nomadic tribes of the Silvered Steppes. And Thorn the Seer, blind to the present but gifted with vision across time, resides in the hanging monasteries of Vash-Nahar." A heavy fist pounded on the tavern's front door above, followed by the splintering of wood. "He has found us already," Gandalf muttered, gathering his belongings with surprising speed. "The Collector's agents are more efficient than I anticipated." "How? I only got this mark an hour ago." "The runes call to each other across distances, through barriers of time and space. It is both their greatest strength and most exploitable weakness." Gandalf pressed his palm against a section of wall inscribed with ancient symbols. "We must depart for the Fractured Lands immediately." "The Fractured Lands." Lissa's eyes widened with fear. "Those are death to enter. Reality itself bends and breaks there. Precisely why we go." Gandalf nodded as the wall dissolved, revealing a swirling portal of silver light. "For in those twisted spaces, where ancient gods slumber beneath mountains of reality-warped stone, we may find protection from the Collector's scrying." Howls echoed from above, inhuman voices that chilled Lissa's blood. "Shadow hounds," Gandalf hissed. "Quick! Through the portal!" Lissa hesitated only a moment before plunging into the silvery light, Gandalf following close behind. The portal sealed itself as the first of the twisted creatures burst into the chamber, their elongated jaws snapping at empty air. The journey through the Fractured Lands tested the limits of sanity and physical endurance. Valleys that appeared a stone's throw away would take days to reach. Mountains floated inverted above lakes that flowed upward. In some places, time itself flowed backward or sideways, and Lissa would find herself speaking the end of a sentence before its beginning. Through it all, Gandalf guided her with the confidence of one who had navigated these impossible geometries many times before. He taught her the rudiments of her newfound powers, how the rune of verisimilitude could distinguish truth from falsehood, and in the hands of a trained bearer could even temporarily alter limited aspects of reality. "The rune you bear is particularly powerful in this realm," Gandalf explained, as they made camp beneath a grove of trees whose trunks spiraled through dimensions visible only from certain angles. It helps anchor you to what is real when all else shifts. They were joined first by Auriel, a warrior woman whose armor bore the scars of 100 battles. Her eyes, sad beyond measure, regarded Lyssa with kindness that turned to confusion a moment later. "Forgive me," she said with practiced grace. "The curse makes me forget faces almost immediately." Even Gandalf, whom I have known for centuries, becomes a stranger anew each time I blink. The rune of remembrance glowed upon her forearm, its power twisted by ancient magic into a cruel joke, allowing her to remember all knowledge, all skills, all history, yet never the faces or names of those she came to love. Thorn the seer they found meditating atop a spire of rock that existed simultaneously in 3 different locations. His eyes, white as milk, saw nothing of the present moment, yet he greeted each of them by name before they had arrived. "The Collector breaches the Eastern Seal as we speak," he announced without preamble. 3 weeks from now, he will stand before the final gate with 6 runes in his possession. Whether he obtains the 7th depends upon choices not yet made. The rune of foresight shimmered upon his brow like a third eye, constantly shifting between futures that might be. Together, this unlikely fellowship, the immortal wizard, the thief marked by destiny, the warrior who could not remember, and the blind man who saw too much, made their final preparations. Gandalf shared with them the full truth, that the runes were not mere tools of power, but keys to a cosmic prison he himself had helped construct at the dawn of time. "What exactly is imprisoned there?" Lyssa dared to ask one night. Gandalf's ancient eyes reflected the campfire's flames. "Something that was once part of me," he answered after a long silence. "An aspect of my being from a previous cycle of existence. An entity so powerful, its mere presence unravels the laws that bind reality together." "You imprisoned yourself?" Auriel asked, her hand instinctively moving to her sword hilt. "A portion of myself that had grown too vast, too hungry for knowledge regardless of consequence." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "In those elder days, when the boundaries between God and mortal were thinner, I chose to sever that aspect before it consumed everything. The 7 runes were forged from my own essence, to ensure the prison would hold." Lyssa stared at her marked palm with new understanding. "So the Collector seeks to break the seal and release what lies behind, believing he can harness that power," Gandalf confirmed. "He cannot. None can. If the prison fails, all worlds, all realities will unravel." The final battle came at the Needles of the Firmament, where reality wore thin and massive stone spires connected the earth to heavens that were not quite stars. The Collector, his true form now revealed as a shifting mass of darkness punctuated by too many eyes, had already breached the outer barriers of the ancient prison. 4 glowing runes orbited him like malevolent stars, torn from their rightful bearers. The bodies of his victims lay scattered across the blasted landscape, including Prince Talon, the exiled royal whose connection to the Collector none had suspected until too late. "Gandalf, my old teacher," the Collector's voice resonated from everywhere and nowhere. "How fitting that you should witness the culmination of my life's work. When the entity beyond is freed, reality itself will be mine to reshape." "You understand nothing," Gandalf replied, his appearance transforming. Gone was the grey-robed elder, replaced by a figure of terrible majesty, light spilling from his eyes and voice. What lies beyond was never meant to be controlled. The battle that followed bent time and space. Auriel fought with the skill of 1,000 forgotten wars, her blade cleaving through shadow constructs that the Collector summoned. Thorn called down lightning from futures where storms raged, his precise movements guided by visions of moments yet to come. Lissa, still new to her powers, used the rune of verisimilitude to stabilize reality around them as the collector's magic threatened to dissolve the very ground beneath their feet. Yet they fell, one by one. Thorn was the first, his visions suddenly clouded by a darkness even he had not foreseen. Auriel followed, her immortal body finally meeting a force it could not withstand. Only Gandalf and Lissa remained, backed against the shimmering barrier of the cosmic prison. Beyond it, something vast and incomprehensible stirred, sensing freedom within reach. "You have lost, old friend," the collector hissed, the 4 stolen runes orbiting faster around him as he approached. "Surrender your 2 remaining keys, and perhaps I will permit you to exist in the new order I shall create." Gandalf turned to Lissa, his eyes conveying millennia of sorrow. "There is one path remaining," he whispered, "but the cost is higher than any should bear." Understanding dawned in Lissa's eyes. "When the 7 become one again," Gandalf nodded gravely. "If I absorb all 7 runes into myself once more, I can reinforce the prison, but I risk becoming that which I imprisoned so long ago." "Then why not just let the world end?" Lissa asked, thinking of her life in the gutters of Meridian, of the injustice and cruelty she had witnessed. Gandalf's smile was gentle. "Because in all my countless years, I have found that even in the darkest of times, the world contains more worth saving than destroying." With a final nod to Lissa, Gandalf stepped forward, his staff blazing with light that forced even the collector to shield his many eyes. In that moment of distraction, Gandalf seized the 4 stolen runes, drawing them into himself with a roar of pain and power. The ground beneath them shattered. The prison wall fluctuated wildly as Gandalf, now glowing with unbearable radiance, struggled to control the combined power of 6 runes. His form shifted between the wise elder Lissa knew and something vast and terrible that hurt to behold. "The 7th!" he gasped, extending a trembling hand toward Lissa. "Quickly, before I lose control!" Lissa hesitated, clutching her marked palm to her chest. "How do I know this isn't exactly what was supposed to happen? That this isn't what creates the very thing you imprisoned?" Gandalf's form stabilized momentarily, his kind eyes finding hers through the maelstrom of power. "You don't," he admitted. "That is why it must be your choice, freely given." The collector, recovering, launched himself toward them with a howl of rage. In that moment, Lissa made her decision. She placed her palm against Gandalf's, feeling the rune of verisimilitude tear itself from her flesh with excruciating pain. As the 7th rune joined its brethren, Gandalf cried out, a sound of such profound agony it seemed to echo across all realities. Light exploded outward, and then silence. Lissa found herself lying on cool stone, the night sky above her peppered with stars. Of the collector, no trace remained. Of Gandalf. A staff of white ash lay beside her, its surface inscribed with 7 familiar runes, now dormant. When she touched it, warmth spread through her fingers, and a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere spoke directly to her mind. "The cycle continues. Last of the bearers. Guard it well until the time comes again." Lissa rose unsteadily to her feet, the wizard's staff in hand. As dawn broke over the needles of the firmament, she began the long journey back to the world of mortals, carrying with her both a burden and a legacy beyond imagining. The runes slept for now, but Lissa, once a thief from the docks of Meridian, now the guardian of realities, knew they would not sleep forever, for nothing ever truly ends.